And good morning. Seems like I always, very few things I do around the clock. And seems like always, frequently something goofy comes up right around the stream. So sorry about that. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual live trading journal. I trade live funded account, and I trade it with full transparency and accountability. I am not licensed to provide finance or trade advice, and there's a disclaimer in the description. But again, this is my virtual trading journal. So I capture everything I'm watching on my monitors, and my voice over here provides insight as to what I was thinking at the time. So I continually narrate, especially when anticipating a trade, the setup, etc. And it's all also graphed and plotted out by Bookmap. So there we go. What else am I saying? Now, it's always Central Standard Time here. The stream starts every trading day at 0800 and goes continuously until 1500. So 7 hours every day, to further the transparency and the accountability. There you go. So let's move on. I'm sure I forgot something, but anyway, let's move on to the numbers and reports. Now, I use two basic news sources. This is investing.com. Both of my news sources are free, and I keep them free. You'll see all these ads, which are kind of annoying, but on the other hand, my theory is that I want to make the stream I want to make the resources I use on the stream available to anyone if I can. Obviously, Bookmap and IRT I have to pay for, so there you go. I can't make those free, and I'm not going to switch to something like TradingView or something free, because those aren't the tools I use. So. And remember, this is my trading journal, okay? My live trading journal. This is a funded live account, funded by me, and I trade live every day that I have a vetted trade present itself. So today we'll have at 9 o'clock consumer confidence, and they last night at about 17 or 1900. POTUS was supposed to speak at 7:30 this morning. This morning now, investing.com has it rescheduled for 1300, and Financial Juice, which is my other news source, has it now for 1500. So who the hell knows, I guess, is the basic line. Those are the numbers today. Remember that this is completely free. You can filter for your time zone, whatever report you're interested in. If you're in Kuala Lumpur and you want to follow the Nikkei, then knock yourself out. We are in earnings season. Big deal. Tomorrow is going to be a real big deal. Tomorrow's 3 of the Mag 7. Meta, Tesla, and Microsoft all reporting after the bell. This little quarter moon indicates that it's after the market, after 3 o'clock, cash market close. And the little sun over here is before the cash open. And then Thursday, we've got Apple and Visa and MasterCard. So it's going to be, we're ramping up here for the big earnings story. Another thing I like about investing.com is you notice how it turns into a link. Well, there you go. You can click that and you'll get the history and everything you want to know about whatever report you're looking for. And I find that really a real good feature. Now, investing.com typically only pulls traditionally scheduled financial, economic reports and news into this calendar. This Trump story here has been, obviously, everybody on the planet, I think, that's alive anyway, realizes that this can be a huge disruptor for the market. So the They don't pull these in if they're scheduled through the day, but if it's scheduled in advance, they do. The other one is Financial Juice, which here we have it now at 1,500. You see that? This is Financial Juice, also free. They'd be happy if you pay them. Here's a docket sort of calendar. And one of the reasons I keep Financial Juice up is because they pull pretty much any of these, press conference, Besant, whoever's going to speak, they pull them in through the day. Having recognized, of course, that any of those people can have a huge, say something that will disrupt the auction. And then over on the right side is more of a squawk box idea. Okay, let's get on to the pre-market then. A little bit late. So here we are, IRT. Yesterday's RTH session. Our current ETH session. Now we're right up here at the top. We're waffling in and out of outer range or gap up or not. I hate those kind of days. Just makes it hard for me to pull the numbers out in the statistics. But anyway, this is the micro ES, as you see in the watermark, micro NQ. This is my ES high time frame micro composite chart for the micro ES. And this is real simple. Everything I do in trading is as uncomplicated as I can keep it. The KISS principle, right? I only consider volume, price action, statistics. And that keeps me pretty busy. So here we have the high time frame of the micro. Very simple. RTH session only. Daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around it. That generates a micro composite VPOC. And these red and green lines here, these levels are high and low volume nodes for this most recent volume profile. This is the this is the high time frame profile for my data, which is February 24th at 2022. So there you go. The red and green lines push automatically, or those levels push automatically to Bookmap, and I enter the other stuff manually, as do the session prices push automatically to Bookmap. This is market profile for the ES. I don't change it back and forth to micro. We're pretty light volume so far today, only 126,000 contracts since 1,700 last night. I do also plot and track. If it wakes up here, hello, wake up. The mini, same idea. And the mini NASDAQ. And the micro composite. And all the rest, okay? So those are the, this is IRT. And let's have a look at Bookmap. I trust you're familiar with Bookmap. This is the heat map. This is the dome, or the depth of market, or the price ladder, or whatever you want to call it, order book. Prices, I have this set for $1 high now. You can bring it down to tick increments. And these are the resting liquidity in the book. These are resting orders. Not trades, resting orders, liquidity. So we got 284 sell side contracts sitting at the 7,000 at the century number. Okay. My idea here is to have everything I feel I need to trade visible right here on the hard right edge. I don't want to be scrolling in and out and up and down and whatever else. That's what we do. This is the micro composite column where I manually enter those values from the IRT chart. High and low volume nodes that are pushed automatically. Am I doing everything right here? It looks like I am. Yeah, looks like it's trickling along down the hill there, the stream. So the full session volume profile is right here, real light, P-shaped. That's indicative of, well, short covering. Usually they refer to that. And this started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. RTH volume profile, which is meant to reset automatically, but I sometimes have to give it a poke. That's 8:30 this morning. And this is the high time frame statistics column based on statistical open. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is determine where I imagine we're going to open today statistically, and then I would change the title of that column. But let's continue on here for now. And this is the RTH session prices, which push automatically from Bookmap. I start pushing these at 1700 on Sunday night, continuously through 1600 on Friday. And I'm happy to share them freely with anybody that could use them. So, if it would help you out, like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up. It's a CSV file. You can put it into the Cloud Notes column if you use Bookmap in the level session price indicator, price levels, or whatever they call that. And also any other platform that uses that type of data. Notice there's no indicator on my Bookmap or IRT. There is a POC for the full session, which is kind of a muted yellow. A POC for the RTH session, a VWAP for the Globex, a VWAP, which is volume weighted average price for the RTH, and a mid. Now, POC is nothing complicated at all. It is simply the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, 49.57 at 96.75. The very split second that this one or any one of these price levels is one contract more volume, the yellow line will move there. It's just that simple. Some other levels that are kind of confused often are the initial balance high and low, because it's an old market profile term for the initial balance high, and that what these prices really represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. Easy peasy, huh? All right, so let's determine the opening statistic type, or the opening type for the statistics. Now, here's the real pain in the butt. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, here's the close. So we're definitely higher than the close. The second criteria is, how would that compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the RTH high. So we're fluffing back and forth right over the high. We're either higher out of range or higher in range. At this second, we're higher in range. Right here, we're higher out of range. I hate those open types because, as you'll see, I, first of all, need to change the column title here to higher in or out of range, whichever it's going to be. If it's out of range, it's a gap up, remember. And that will then, the reason I changed the title is any screen snap or recording I look at, I can see the title of this column and I know exactly what happened in the overnight leading up to the RTH open. Not exactly, but not in detail, but I have the relationship. That also dictates the statistics that we're going to use. And the first thing we need to do now is clear all the notes, because that's the statistics from yesterday, and we'll put in new ones today. Where do we get those? Well, glad you asked. They come from the Statistic study in IRT. Right here. Now, here's where we opened yesterday. IRT graciously highlights the correct column, but only after 8:30. There's only 4 types of opens based on statistics: higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range. Gap up, gap down. There you go. Easy. The study looks back at, or the computer looks back at, their most recent 1,663 trading days. Of these days, we opened, and let's continue on with our higher out of range idea. We opened higher out of range 418 times. Of the days we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 77.5 times. Overnight volume point of control 77.5. Boop. That's all there is to it. And I'm just now going to go straight down the list. So the next one is the mid, 66.7. And that's probably right about here. Yep. And they'll sure as, I'm not going to go crazy and put them all in here because who knows where we're going to open, higher or lower in range. And then I'll have to change all the statistics around, which just annoys me. But I'm going to illustrate a couple of points. The initial balance high from yesterday is 63.6. That's not going to change. However, the percentage may change based on the open type. And notice that I put the initial balance high. I put the initials there. Okay. Why do I do that? Oops. I don't get it on the right line. There. Because the moment we open, this flag and this level are going to jump up to the upper. Remember the definition. It's the high and low of the current RTH trading session. So of the first 1 hour. So it's going to jump up there. And pretty quick, this is not going to be here. And I'm going to want to know what the hell was going on at this level. So now I know. Now we're lower in range, you see. Yeah. So that's as far as I'm going here. Now I am going to do one other thing. And just in case, I'm going to put in a gap low flag, which I can take out immediately. Oh, didn't mean to do that. And I'll show you how I do that, why I do that. What was yesterday? 26/01/26. Okay. In my world, in my mind, I view a gap from the previous RTH session, high or low, right here, to the current session open. Now, we're below the previous RTH high at this moment, so we're going to be probably higher in range rather than higher out of range. But I have this on here, and I can certainly take it off at any time, just to get ahead of the curve a little bit. And that's so annoying. Okay, the next thing I need to do now is and we'll get back to the pre-market. I have to do something else here quickly. And that is the TLab snap. You ask, what is that? Well, the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Trader's Lab. And it is you'll see why I do the stream. I can't multitask worth a damn. Yeah. So it's a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. Obviously sponsored and, organized, etc. by by Bookmap, obviously, but and every day at about 6 or a little before, I post the reports for the day, and then at 8:20-ish Central Standard Time, I post this, which is just to give folks in there that don't have the same kind of charting any possible help that it might be. All the levels you could imagine. When I started this a couple years ago, it was because I noticed at the beginning of the stream, at the beginning of the day, everybody was, what's POC? What's POC? What's 1,000 posts about that. So I thought, well, if I just slap in one thing that's got every number on it, it ought to help, and it seems to have done so. Now, let's get back over here to the market, and we're going to open lower end range. It looks like you can see here where we are. Yesterday's RTH session. Here we are within range. So I'll switch those. Stats around, but I'm going to, my opinion of the open and of the, opening auction is going to be a responsive selling to take some profit. Look at what we did last night. We ripped up here. We ripped up here overnight. And now I would guess if I was long all these things with earnings coming up, et cetera, I would want to take some profit. So I would be looking for responsive selling off the open. And then don't forget the all-time highs are just above us. So all-time highs are right up here. This is the RTH all-time high and the ETH all-time high, 25 and 36. And here we are. What do you suppose is going to happen? Irrational exuberance extraordinaire. Okay, so I am now going to try and straighten out some of these levels. Higher in range, as yesterday. Okay. 80.7 is the overnight volume point of control. 80.7, you see, not a big difference, but something. What else we got? Quickly, mid 74.7. Big difference there. Overnight high is 74.5. And watch them turn around and fly up over the previous RTH low, and then you can listen to me speak my second language, which is profanity, for a couple of minutes. Previous close 69.8. And I'm just grabbing these ones that I pay attention to. Previous RTH IB high is 58 or 68.0. What else we have here, boys and girls? Like ETH low. Where's ETH low is 49.1. Typically, after you've done this for a while, you'll come to realize that previous RTA, first of all, it's POC, then mid, then usually it's the overnight higher low, and then the previous RTH higher low, and that's how it kind of goes. Usually, previous close, where's the previous? Mid, close, previous high is 58.5. And be real careful that you understand these are just probabilities. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand or level targets. They can be viewed as, a good idea for a target, but they're not. This is not some secret sauce, If you understand statistics and probabilities, you'll know exactly what I'm talking. God damn it. What I'm talking about. I'm screwing this up right, left, and center here, boys and girls. I'm sorry. Damn. 58.5. Let's try it again. 58.5. Now we're going to open here in 4 minutes, and I'm not doing very good. So I'm going to get rid of this because we could jump up here and be gap up again. Son of a gun. And I'm going to change this title real quick. Lower in range, higher in range, just for the sake of that. Okay. Now, it's probably pretty important, I think you'll agree, to be able to trade. And how do you do that with Bookmap? Well, the first thing you need to do is activate the trade control panel. Select a method you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade is the active data column, DOM columns, and both is, guess what? I use multi-brackets. This is where I input and apply the risk-neutral trading methodology to my system. The smallest risk-neutral package you can use is a 2-lot because it needs to be an even number. 2-lot. The next thing you need to input here is your, or have decided, or whatever you use to execute, is your stop loss for the package. Now, this is not the time to be deciding that a minute and a half before the open. This should have been done last night. Your first requirement or consideration, in my view, is your account risk tolerance. Once these two are established, your first risk neutral scale is automatic. It's for half of the package. It's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then there's the runner. And you can do whatever you want. Boop. There you go. Another thing that I'm doing now is I'm using the Execution Pro, because in my back testing, I have discovered that on T1, trail to break even or entry is the one of the most profitable initial trade management. So now that I've set that up, the padlock's green. I happen to know that there's no tools in the trade control panel I need now because I use multi-brackets. I have all my metrics here as here. You don't have to have these. You can turn them off if you want to. I know it's the right package, so I can turn this back off, get the real estate back, and I have cancel and close. Now we're ready to trade live, funded account, when we open, which is going to happen in 30 seconds. So hook in and hang on, boys and girls. Remember, we've got a number. The consumer confidence is coming out at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock. Be aware of that. And this probably won't reset, so I'll scream and yell and bitch and moan like usual. And boom. And we didn't get a reset. There we go. Well, that worked out pretty good. Okay, now the next thing I'm going to do is get over here and change all of my charting from full session to RTH only. And I'll tell you why I do that in a minute. Here's our open. I do that to keep the relationship between session price levels as expected by all of those folks who used my levels, which there are a lot of them. And it's just easier to, you can do whatever you want, but I do this and I've done it for years now, so it isn't a big deal. Okay, savey. The reason that thing reset with my mouse so quickly is because of the light volume, I believe. Let's have a look at the volume. Oh, I hate that. So here we are. 69% volume for this time of day. 69%. And we're up to a 2.0 ATH for a 1 minute bar. Forgot what I was looking at, or I was, yeah, that's why I do this. That's why I stream. Now, okay. Remember those flags? Okay, it's up here now, right? There's a high. Now we're down here, and it's pushed up a little more. POC's over here. And the next thing we're going to do is slap Blue Boy on. You see Blue Boy over here from the ETH session? We're going to plop one over here. Now, it's a real complicated indicator. One of the few I use. It's called a vertical line. And I put it on the first print of every session. And it's close enough. And that's, there's the ETH, wherever it went. There's the ETH, there's the RTH. Now we're going to have a new one for the RTH. And that the reason I use Blue Boy now instead of the migrating VPOC flags is I want to keep the entire session in view, so I have a firm understanding or, relationship with context. I think that's really important, and that's why I do it. So we didn't have a gap low. Boom. There we go. We didn't take the VPOC yet. What did we do? Anything? The mid? That doesn't look right. Was that 74%? Seems like something got haywire here. Let's check. Notice that IRT is highlighted again. So the mid is 74.5. Well, I'm close. There we go. All right. I don't know what else to say. We're off and running, boys and girls. Remember, there's going to be news at the top of the hour. And at some point today, I'm quite confident that POTUS is going to be on stage, taking the stage. What's new? I saw some news that I couldn't confirm last night about a huge sell-off in gold and silver. But I couldn't find it on any reporting. That reminds me, I got to ask a lot about that. God, did I dream that? Okay. Well, what are we doing here? A little of that responsive buying or selling, I mean, maybe. I'm not sure. Hey, Antonio, buen dia. -4 here. But the sun's out, so that's a good thing. I hope all is well on your end. There's been a bunch of potential. Last night, there was both of my news sources said there was going to be POTUS speaking at 7:30. Now, that got canceled at some point in the night, and then now it's at nowinvesting.com's got it at 1300, and Financial Juice has it at 1500. So, take your pick. Jesus, what a joke. What a joke. All of this craziness is. I don't know whether you're aware of it or not. I was not, but just an interesting thing here. Let me see the best way to pull this up. And we've got news at the top of the hour, so that's for sure. I want to see if I can pull this up quickly. God damn it. I don't know whether you're familiar with it or not, but hold on, I'm stumbling along here. This is Mark Carney's resume, which I was not. I heard somebody mention a couple of references to it, and I was not aware. No, that guy's got some horsepower, man. Besides being the Prime Minister of Canada, Governor Bank of England in UK, Governor Bank of Canada, a couple of chair positions, UN Special Envoy, Goldman's over 10 years at Goldman Sachs, and a doctorate in economics from Oxford. and a bachelor in economics from Harvard. No wonder he's articulate and thoughtful and, in my opinion, doing a good job, and just trashed the Great Pumpkin. Wow, I had no clue, so I thought that was interesting to share. I had never even heard about him before, and not that that's unusual, but I haven't really followed Canadian politics. I mean, and Trudeau was around for such a long time, I sort of glazed over. So they've got themselves a well-educated, experienced, successful guy. Looks to me like. Looks to me like quite a big delay, I think, here in IRT. I mean, the stream. Let me check. Boom. Oh no, a couple seconds is all. All right. Well, that's, I guess, is my imagination. Ah, cool. Yeah, well, I was pretty impressed by the whole thing. Not a surprise because after you hear him speak a little bit, it seems pretty, yeah, it fits, So I actually kind of think I remember that too some years back. I didn't relate to the fact that he was from Canada, however, at that time. Well, it's a pretty tight range, boys and girls, and a big bunch of crap in the middle there. So, in my opinion, be careful. News at 15 minutes. What do we got for a range here? 8 handles. Yeah. 8 big ones. I started working on a couple of other strategies to build the code to back test them. See how that goes. Always takes me a while to get kind of into the groove somehow. I don't know how it works, but and Bookmap IRT just doesn't. seem to want to be doing anything here. I'm not sure why, but I'm not liking it much. I may restart 46. I don't want everybody to use those session prices to have a stroke, but seems like it's dragging around quite a bit. Just switching windows seems to be a big issue. So frustrating. Four millisecond lag. That shouldn't be a big deal. And we got no volume. What the hell? What the hell, over? I'm going to have to look into some stuff here. Milliseconds, that's not a big deal. If you're using IRT, you can right click on a chart, show statistics, and it shows you what the refresh or the recalc millisecond, average millisecond time is taken. I started working, one of the ones I'm working on, I've got going here is the opening range trade, which I can set up with all different kinds of variables, you know. And my thinking is that I can use this format to be able to pick out any other levels. It just doesn't have to be just opening range. That's what I was thinking about. What is this thing doing? So you go show, calc report. Look at that thing lag. God damn. Well, this is not a whole lot of fun, is it? What I'm looking for is some big recalc value, which there shouldn't be, but something's dragging it down, and it's not volume. So yeah, let's solve that. Now I'm not touching anything, and it's jumping all over everywhere. Okay. Well, the opening range trade is, man, this is irritating. And I think I'm going to just shit can all of this stuff and go back to Trade Evade. Boy, I'm sorry Ninja Trader bought them. That was actually a good program. I enjoyed trading on it when I was in KL. For however long it was, not very long. There we got the POC. We're poking up higher. They're pushing the range up a little bit to the top side. I'm going to nuke IRT. So, you know, don't freak out if you're using the levels and they quit for a minute. So they're running it up for something. I don't know what. ETH highs up. I guess everybody's excited about a new all-time high. You know, that's over 1 million people out of power. The country's going broke. Can't pay the debt. We're shooting. You know, we got some band of SS soldiers roaming around Minnesota shooting people in the back of the head on the ground. Well, they got them on the ground. So let's get a new all-time highs. What a great, you know. I really have no use for, I think, the general thinking of the market participants. Sometimes I really wonder. I am a capitalist for sure, and I think making money is a good thing to do, but I do think that you need to have some sort of a principle at some point, I think. That actually cost me my account one time, 911, to be honest with you. To share a little fun fact. Yeah, well, so much for their responsive buying, and they're going to just try to get to all-time high. Now, it is pretty understandable that they're going to do that under normal circumstances if the country weren't upside down and everything else, but because the RTH people absolutely hate it when the ETH squad has any major record, and at this point, ETH has the all-time high. And I can prove it. There you go. The 12th, we put in the RTH all-time high, and they said, no, thanks, we're going to do this. ETH. Now we haven't gotten back up there yet. So these guys are foaming at the mouth to be big shots. I guess. I don't know. I see no reason economically and labor-wise and, you know, basic economic stuff that we would be looking for new all-time highs. Gold, silver, all the safe havens are definitely at all-time highs and then some. And the dollar's, you know, falling to the floor. So, yeah, that's a real good reason. Okie dokie. Well, they keep poking that initial balance high up. We've now got the overnight high. That's statistic down and dusted. And we tagged out the mid too. So we're ticking them off, I guess, to the top. Got a naked volume point of control from the 15th up here. Make sure I'm not lying to you. Yep, there we go. News at the top of the hour. Be looking for that. I have no clue what it might do. I don't have much of a feel for this market lately. At some point, the market goes up to go down and goes down to go up, right? So I'm not sure what to think or say. And therefore, I'm going to stick to my usual, which is trade what you see, not what you think. And that's what I'm going to be doing. I'll be looking for my initial balance trades, which are the vetted setups I'm actively trading here. And of course, by definition, they are not a thing until 9:30, the end of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Well, we got within a tick of the previous RTH IB high over here. We got our low down there. Have a tag settlement or previous close. Morning, Richard. I don't know where he got the news, but Garrett is saying that Trump has announcing a new Fed chair, or his pick, or whatever. I didn't see anything about it, but okay. Maybe that's what this... Yeah. Maybe that's what this proposed speech today is about. Got no idea. I don't know where Garrett picked that one up, but somewhere. Well, we're about 20 handled wide now. Is that right? Yep. And there may or may not be news incoming. I have no clue. No clue. Well, there is a report out. Consumer confidence was out at 9, assuming it was, relatively accurate. That looks about right. That would look about right. And of course, that's a good reason to go. Let's go up, right? What a bunch of what a bunch of yahoos we have. And here's this 1500 Trump speaks. Unless you want to look over here, and then it's 1300 Trump speaks. So who the hell knows? I don't know. Yeah, I noticed that. That could be the end of. Depends on what happens. I don't know the guy. I don't have much admiration for BlackRock. I don't think, but they just moved $1.7 trillion worth of money invested out of America. Well, that's a good guy to. That's a good guy to put over here. Jesus, what a freaking joke. I don't know anything about that guy. Do you? And I guess I'll have to look into it. But problem I have is I think that the only requirement that's really important is, a meat puppet. I think. And don't forget that Trump's the guy Trump is the one who appointed Fed Chair Powell. So, and he also said that in about 10 days ago that the trade agreement that Carney had put together with China was a very good thing, and that's what he should be doing. And then, the day after the speech at Davos, when it was put forward that the U.S. was using tariffs and things for economic, to weaponize the economy and tariffs, within 24 hours, the suggestion from Trump was he was going to put 100% tariff on everything from Canada. Jesus. Wow, it's just pretty weird. Fortunately for you two, you're not living here. I got nowhere to run or nowhere to hide. Yeah, really, really, Richard. Well, the disappointing part is, I lived out of the country most of my adult life. We lived in Kuala Lumpur for 11 years before we moved back over here 4 years ago. I'm 21. But we did that because of, we finally got visas for my wife and daughter to come here. And, there we are. Here we are. They're Vietnamese from Saigon. So, and yeah, it's a long story. Anyway. We are now in the final throes of the citizenship thing for my wife. So it's all done now, just waiting for the interview and then the swear-in thing, and we can't travel until then. So, yeah, pretty much likely a clap of thunder in a vacuum where I used to be standing. It's really disappointing, but that's the way it is. We put down roots too quick here when we got over here. Now that's, we got pets and stuff that have to be considered. My residence pass for Malaysia just expired this past August. Well, I don't have to worry. Actually, right, Richard, don't have to worry about Greenland. We could move to Greenland because Trump's going to take over Iceland. Remember? You listen to his speech in Davos. Jesus Christ, it's like how embarrassing. I mean, yeah, what to say? Crazy. And compared to, that speech hot on the heels of Carney, it's just pretty stark contrast. Yeah, I guess he forgot about Alaska, I guess. Well, okay. VPOC migration. Oh boy, oh boy. IB high up here. All-time high up there. Have you noticed how just everything got real quiet about Venezuela? Jesus. Oh boy. Okay, we got 10 minutes till the initial balance sets. So my my usual advice, do not, god damn. What is going on with that? 8-6. Why does it do that? My usual advice not to trade toward in anticipation of a statistic. My daily advice. So the bottom of the hour here, I'll be focusing in on the initial balance trade, the vetted trades that I have every day. Okay. So here we are. Pretty slow going, huh? Got about 5 minutes to the bottom of the hour when the initial balance trade will be set and in play. I won't go through what that is because Richard and Antonio definitely know. It's just the an old market profile statistic, and here we are again today. It is the most probable statistic to be achieved in each of the four open types, statistical open types. Today it's 97.5% that at some point in this RTH session between 0930 Central Standard Time and 1600 Central Standard Time, the initial balance, high or low will be taken out or revisited, I should say. That's the stat, and that's the first rule. And I call them rules because that's what IRT calls them. They're not, they're signals, I guess, or I don't know, whatever you want to call them, rules. They're rules. The first rule is initial balance statistic. So there we go. ticking over here. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, what happened now? It's IB time, huh? Now you'll notice that the levels here have started plotting because it's 9:30, and they are pushed across the book map. So there they are. These are the continuation and pullback zone, continuation, pullback, and the trigger zone. It's real simple. Oh shit, sorry, mute. We're likely to take the IB high here in a second. What's context? It's up, isn't it? And one thing to point out here that's maybe interesting. My trigger or my rule for the initial balance high is a little more complicated than just price poking through the initial balance high or low. So the initial balance statistic, as it's considered by most trade and by IRT, is different. There's the initial balance high statistic has just been achieved. However, we should have an A over here. because we've gone through the initial balance high, and I think I'm not seeing anything, but maybe. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. God damn. Boy, I'm sick of that, I'll tell you. Well, there is... I'm gonna do something here now. Man, I'm tired of this. Son of a gun. Tired of this thing. Yeah. Boy, this is irritating. Oh, I didn't want to do that very bad. I didn't want to do that at all. I wanted to do show and show and show. Now I've deleted that one, I guess. I don't know what's wrong with this thing. It didn't, you know, those buttons, I reworked them again last night, so it's got something going on. See what I'm doing, right? These buttons are supposed to be just show or hide. That's all it does. And now it's not seeming to want to do that. Now I'll have to make sure about which signal might have been deleted there. Per my trade plan, this is actually not an A signal. I only have 3, by the way. Not very imaginative, I realize. A, B, and trigger. Not very, but this is not an A signal because this meets the criteria for the signal bar. However, the previous bar to signal must have an open lower than the close, and there it's a doji. So that's why there's no A floating around there, assuming I didn't delete the damn signal. Yeah, so, you know. Well, we're putting some taper on the top. And we have, you know, God knows levels till the cows will come home up above us. POC from the 15th of sometime. December. No, January. There you go. Now, looks like it's been tagged. Not quite. You got one more tick to go, I guess. Well, I would say it's been tagged over here, but... Okay. Now, had this been an A signal, this would be a continuation zone. So if we tag up in here, pull back to the trigger, Bob's your uncle, up you go. But it's not. So I now have the lurking question in the back of my mind, did I accidentally delete that signal, which I don't think I did. So I'm going to look here in a second, but I don't want to mess with it because there's 0 lags. Now, see if I can check this out without breaking everything. Yeah, there we go. I may be wrong, but I don't think that deleted it. So this would be the B and no trigger. And I can confirm all of that with these, that's the purpose of these VPound variables up above here. Oh, guess I had to do this probably. Yeah, I'm out in left field with the sun in my eyes, looks like. So this is the VPound variables where I can confirm the flags that are involved with these guys. Yeah, I think it's all right. For the sake of explanation here, this is my vetted trade setup for the initial balance trades. There are two, a continuation and a pullback for each of the IB high or low, pullback, continuation. And real important to understand, this chart has nothing to do with this trading system. However, I'm now sending the results of the system to the chart. These lines and levels are all just custom indicators that I built so that I could see if things were happening when and where I expected them to. Also, this is, you'll see, assuming the system takes a trade, you'll see that it happened over here in plot. This is the IRT simulated environment, very definitely and intentionally, because I don't want this thing trading my money, because I'm not confident enough in my ability to have it set up and the way it's working. So I choose the simulated environment here. There's some issues that I haven't quite gotten to the bottom of with IRT actually executing, especially through when I have Bookmap and IRT using rhythmic data via plugin. It's not exactly straightforward as I would have hoped. What I do, though, is when a signal is, or a trade is taken on the simulated IRT, I manually replicate that trade here on Bookmap with my live funded account, funded by me. Boom. So that's, for sake of explanation. Oh, sorry. What I was talking about here was the fact that this is not a signal because doesn't meet the criteria of the rules. This is where backtesting manually can be so deceptive. You know, it would be very easy to overlook that and include this particular data in a data set for a backtesting set of occurrences, when in fact that's not correct. That's why using a computer is so important, in my opinion, because without question, however many days I tell this thing to backtest, it will evaluate every one of these rules specifically. No discretion, no, well, maybe this, maybe that, well, let's do this, let's not. It'll do it specifically over every 1 minute bar, whatever periodicity you set. And then you will have meaningful data. I will have meaningful data. If I would like to make a change, well, do I care if the previous to the signal bar has an open lower than the close? Maybe not. The only way to systematically and I believe accurately determine that is you run a backtest of the system as it is now. You change that rule and that rule only. You only change one at a time. And then you run a new backtest. If it's an improvement over a large data set, I typically backtest 500 days, which is around 1,000, 1,100 trades. That's statistically significant, and it's outside the possibility, in my opinion, of random distribution. So and again, this is not my way or the highway. This is just what I'm doing. And if anybody's got a better idea that works better, I'm all ears. You know, throw it in the chat, shoot up a flare, send me a letter, whatever it is, I'm all ears. Also, I don't know whether it's got into the stream or not, but I can verify signals. As I said, this chart doesn't have anything to do with the trading system apart from visual confirmation. And the signals, A, B, whatever, are signal action. They are different. You see them over here. They're actually different. They could be different if I was not real diligent about keeping them equal. In other words, I could have a signal that said the high was below the, whatever. It didn't matter whether there was an open above the close or open below the close. I could have a signal that would say that, and there would be an A here. But that's not the code of the rule. And that's the only way, this is the only way I've been able to figure out to get the signals to come across to this chart in a meaningful way when there's, sequentially, only when they're supposed to, etc. And those flags are tracked up here. One can keep a visual idea as to what's going on. Of course, this is for live market forward testing that I'm talking about here. Nothing to do with the back test. Yeah, my workflow for flags and things are, or levels are, that I just change the text color once it's been revisited or is no longer active. I change the text color to black, I know to take them off. Okay, now what are we doing here? Well, there we are. Boy, you buy the dip, you're a happy guy. Burp you. And let's see if I'm even remotely close here. Yep, okay. Naked volume points of controls. This is the way the buttons are supposed to work on that other chart, just off and on, and I don't know why all of a sudden it's giving me crap over there, but that does not a happy camper make. And let me point out something else that may be interesting or not, or, you know, to do with this trading story. This particular quote page here called Trading List. Let me go back over here to the, you see it right here. This must have an instrument in it in order for for IRT to actually trade through a broker. And that's another reason I have this up here and set to 0. So I can confirm simulated, I can confirm there's nothing in the trading list. I'm not going to get any surprise with some craziness going on. And that, I've not had that happen, but I did have a situation where I had a portfolio up here to see what this was doing. And it was quite alarming because it didn't seem like it was following along. And in this setup, no problems. But in the case, this is when I had entered a trade. Now this is another problem, perhaps. This is when I had entered a trade with Bookmap using the market bracket, the multi bracket. I entered a short, a long, I'm sorry. IRT registered 2 shorts. Then I achieved T1, which was a sell, obviously, of a long, and it increased it to 3 short contracts. Well, that had nothing to do with reality, so that's why I'm real, you know, real hung up on this. And here we go over some more highs here, huh? That's a shame we didn't catch into that. I don't chase. I don't FOMO. It's just stuff I don't do. Do I have Monkey Boy? Of course. You know, we're humans, right? Get my one. So, I gotta go wake up my daughter. She leaves a little note on my keyboard at night. Please wake me at such and such. She stays up late studying and then sleeps in a little bit. Yeah, Monkey Boy. It's part of our DNA. Neural pathways, whatever you want to call it. We've been evolving or developing for thousands of years as a species. FOMO, which is risk, you know, desire to be right, which is confirmational bias, seeing patterns, whether they're really there or not, are all things that probably kept us alive once upon a time, but don't help us so much as traders. The point of this is I don't think anybody's ever going to get rid of those emotions and feelings and the adrenaline dump and all that stuff, dopamine, whatever. I think what you have to do is be vigilant that you're aware of your state. And when monkey buddy starts jumping around, put him out in the backyard, just don't act on it. So that's where I come from here. And things like overtrading and all that stuff is just like, I guess I approach it a little different. It's just grow up, No, I don't overtrade. I don't chase. No. I don't go to the bathroom in my pants. I'm an adult, and I think it's that simple, actually. People get a lot of mileage out of trader psychology. Most of them are writing books about trader psychology. So that's what I think. Not a hell of a lot of question about where this market wants to go today, isn't there? Got to get that Stone song on when the train left the station. Which is in reality probably Muddy Waters or somebody. Not the Stones for sure. Well, we're getting these 3 distributions to the upside now. So I'm sure they're going to zero in on the all-time high. Probably not give me another opportunity. As much as I hate to think. Heads up, Richard. Apparently Trump's headed to Scotland. Maybe he's gonna, attack Wales. Who the hell knows? Jesus. It can't be new. I'm just looking at something that Rod posted here. Oh, July 25. Yeah, never mind. I got it now. I was going, wait a minute. It's sunny and warm. That can't be real. Never mind. Never mind. I have one of my upper screens. I have my upper monitor. I have a 4-monitor rack here in front of me, and the 2 upper ones are driven by a different computer. I keep the stream on one, and I keep Static or whatever else going over on the other one, just for something to see. And I saw Rod posted that, which I usually, perk up. But it's, then I realized, no, wait a minute. It's all sunny and warm, and nobody's in a coat. It can't be now. But I got your back, dude. If I see him heading your way, I'll shoot up a flare. Here we go again with, okay, how precise or granular should I be? And and as I said earlier, the only way I know to determine that is to back test it as it is, make a change, back test it, and see what's the difference. That's what I do all the time. Hundreds of them. This is not very easy to see. If you just look at a book map, this looks like a, well, it doesn't meet the criteria because there's a continuation zone and there's no trigger. At some point in time, you just have to, put a line in the sand and say, okay, this is what it is. This is where I'm going. This is how where I'm going to start. And then from there, adjust, or optimize, not curve fit, but optimize the strategy until it's got a successful enough positive edge expectancy to employ it live. like a very fun-filled day for me here. Remember that there's going to be earnings in full swing. Tomorrow is going to be Microsoft, X, and Tesla, or Meta and Tesla. And then Thursday is Apple, I think. So bear that in mind. Yeah, this is this is why I am, busy focusing on developing other strategies to backtest, because once these initial balance trades are over with, I got nothing to do. So I'm just standing here. I'm just not so great. Not so great. I hope somebody's on something. I don't know what it would be, but I guess if you just, did a hidey ho and off the bottom here, and I'll be an internet guru rearview mirror guy here. I saw this test down to the IB low here, and the previous IB high, and so I got long, and I'm filthy rich. None of that's true, of course, but that'd be great, wouldn't it? It would be nice if, I guess they don't really have to trade, as they have enough following for YouTube. Then they have, and they can keep dishing it out. Then they make their money on YouTube, I guess. I don't know. So they say. That's the common idea, I guess. Like Matt and those guys. She's almost 11 again. Ugh. These days like this are annoying. Annoying. This is why you should have at least more than one setup vetted in your trade plan. Because the last thing you want to do is get bored and then start making them up. In my opinion. Remember, this is me talking to me here. The only way I get what I'm thinking into the stream is my narration. So essentially, most of the time, I'm talking to myself. Or for the benefit of myself to be able to review the stream later. 3 pretty clear and concise distributions. I have no idea what could tip the market over or, be an impetus to break this loose. It may just be a slow grind up to the ETH, which is not very far above us here. The RTH all-time high is 70 quarter-ish. 70 quarter. Not far to go. Not far to go. Yeah, I really don't anticipate any trade setting up for me here with these initial balance trades anyway. Without any, disruption to the market or something. And what could that be? I don't know. What could that be? Supposedly, Trump's going to be doing something at 1 now. Let's see if that's changed, actually. It was 7:30 this morning, and then it was 1 o'clock on investing.com. Still is. And it is 1500, or it was. No, it's changed now. Now it's at 9. What the hell? Oh, that's tomorrow. Sorry about that. Yeah, now it's 1500 for today, and tomorrow at 9 o'clock we got both Vicente and Trump. So that's tentative, but that's just magic. Interest rate decision tomorrow. So they're going to be out ahead of the interest rate, beating the drum. FOMC tomorrow. So that's a huge thing to keep on your calendar. Oh, VPOC migration. Everybody get ready. That's gonna piss me off. Well, now what are they going to do? Was just looking at the weather.
No, I just look today.
What was this?
Oh, just pick that and leave alone until the cold gone. See? Just keep.
Yeah, I just didn't look out the window because you know.
Keep that.
Oh, we're back down in the IB country again. Still not exactly right, but well, what's going on now? Would have been nice if we got down to that price check at aisle 3 here. That might possibly, justify a loan. Based on the signals, you never know. I'm really sick of this happening right into 12 o'clock. I realize you're supposed to just trade what you see and not have any predetermined biases, but I just am not a big fan of the lunch hour. Never have been. Wow, it's zoomed way up to 41 here, or about 4. Can't see any of my computers with C on them. Yeah, it's about 5C now. Well, that's disappointing there. I'll tell you, there's 2 smacks in a row on that IB that neither one of them qualified. And there hasn't been a follow-on or a trigger, of course, but, you know, it's irritating. You got to have 1 before you can have 2, right? Well, I've got to go out and recover the flowers here and everything. The wind came through and picked it up a little bit. I thought I had enough bricks, but I guess not. I'll take advantage of this heat wave we're having. Well, I might have to stay here and watch this for a little bit now. Much as I don't want to. Jesus. So what are they gonna do? Not getting over that VPOC again, are they? If anything's going to materialize here, but I'll stand by and see. What we have, obviously, is when VPOC has migrated outside of the initial balance of the IB and by a significant amount of points. Doesn't mean anything, but that's just one of the setups that different people use. A rod, I think. Antonio actually suggested that the next setup I vet would be the VPOC migration, so that might be a thing. In the meantime, just out of curiosity, I put together a quick look at the initial balance, or the opening range, I'm sorry. That's in progress over here, so we'll see. I've got to get more adept at the specifics of this code so that I can just, quickly throw them around. I have an idea of how to do this so that I can adapt. For example, I'll use all the trade management here. So all that really changes are the entries. The main, pretty much the same. I don't need these flags. And this, I haven't really, for a trade, for example, for the initial or the opening range trade, don't need any of the sequential flags or rules or whatever you call them. And that's what started going over here. And I have a trade system in progress there for that. Baby, now we're going to go to bed, right? We're going to take a nap and shower in a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Oof. This random risk band is taking the stage at 1300, so. Damn, it's just one after the other. Couldn't grab it. What are we having now on a smaller time frame? Well, this fractal is lower highs and lower lows so far. Which, as you might imagine, is not the greatest thing in the world. The relative volumes is 65%, and the average ATR is 1.5 points in a 1 minute candlestick. Real low volume and low activity. That here is that there's high potential that VPOC is going to migrate back down here south to 75. 0875 you see right here. We got 5870, 5980. It's only got to be 110 contracts. How long will you think that'd take? And then it's there's nothing interesting for me here because I don't take trades. I don't diddle in the middle. Well, now what are we doing here? Panda back in bed, so that's okay. Now these are going the wrong direction if you know what to do with my trade, my setup. In order to have an A signal at the IB high, we got to come under it and come back up to it with 2 consecutive bars. The reason we didn't get one here, well, 2 actually. Where'd that go? That isn't the right one. Anyway, there's another one around here somewhere. Right, here we go. But the reason this wasn't the signal is this was a doji, or close was at the open, and it's got to be above the open, per my rules. And 56 minutes. Yeah, boy. I tell you, this is pathetic. This is RTH2, and I am not very keen on this, actually. And again, that's not a signal either. Because it would be if this bar would have opened below the close. Not that I wish it were, but I'm just pointing it out. And I think that at 12 o'clock, and don't forget we've got potential news at potential news at 12. $30 contracts. They've got to trade 30 contracts at 875 to bring that POC back down. That's pretty funny. If you see what I mean here. None of this stuff is a mystery. It's all real simple. It's just numbers and data. Here's POC, 5980. Here's 875 right there. 59.50, we got to get 30 contracts traded off here, or 31. This POC is going to move there. That's all there is to it. Now we could have a signal over here. Damn it. Nope, they fell off it. If this one trades above here and closes above, it will have an A signal here. For whatever that's worth. And it's not going to do it. They're going to dump it. And that's going to be my cue to go take a walk. Little fresh air, little exercise, little good for you stuff. And there we go. We got it to migrate even down here now. Now we really dumped it off. Now we really dumped it off. Well, we could be getting a... I really don't know what to think about this at this point. Oh, something's definitely wrong here. Oh, no. There we go. I really don't know what to think about this, to be honest with you. My initial thinking is that it's going to be just lower highs, lower lows, and boom. Maybe that's just my biases coming in here. Don't know. I don't know what the hell I could do here, because this is trading right. This would be trading right into the POC. I don't think I could do that in good conscience. If we come down here and took a failure trigger, trading right into the POC. We go up here and get a continuation trigger. At least it's moving away from the POC. Let's see what we're doing for volume. Where are we now? 55, 67. Well, we could pull up here. We could pull volume up to the 8, about the 9 handle here pretty quick. It doesn't look like it's going to give me any quarter, but you never know. Just in anticipation, I'll do a little checklist, pre-trade checklist here. That's the right package in both, and okay. Flat. Cancel and flat in case I accidentally click somewhere. So if we can get up to this continuation zone, then it will be a B pattern back to a trigger. And what's got me worried is this thing here. That's just pretty clearly a downtrend. Never know. The problem with, well, I don't know about the problem, but the reality of having a structured, vetted, a properly vetted trade, not structured trade, big difference, is that you need to take every opportunity that presents itself. Now, we should get a B here pretty quick. There we go. And then if it comes back here to the trigger, it is a trade. So what I need to be doing now is thinking about coming back down here to this, for my entry down here around the, boy, that's pretty scary looking to me, isn't it? Lower highs and lower lows. I don't think that's a normal trade I would take, probably. I may not have have to worry about anything here, but that's, we'll see what happens. Jesus. 40 minutes ahead of potential. Trump dump or whatever. Whichever. Don't look like I'm going to have anything to worry about here. Trigger wise, maybe. Doesn't seem so. Where are we? 67. Have to do some work to bring the POC back up. Well, looks like I missed the boat. Gotta be careful now. We're gonna get a signal here. Maybe. No, it backed away from it. Oh, look at that. Well, that's a shame, isn't it? Would have been nice to have had had this trigger. I'm just blown away every day standing here watching these damn levels. I should just start BSing and talk about how powerful they are for support and resistance, because it's just funny. Even over here, look at this. Boom, 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 boom. It's really crazy. And down here as well. Maybe I just got lucky and picked. I mean, these are just numbers I picked out of the air. Rod and I were talking one day and, you know, boom. I figured it's a place to start. And maybe I just got lucky and picked some magical numbers. Ooh, magic. I got to figure out how to get a paywall going here, I think. Oh, God. Yeah, that's a shame. One or two, I had a couple more ticks there, and I had a long, and obviously it's going that way. Well, there we go, boys and girls. Missed the boat. And if I don't chase and I don't FOMO, so I got to get a copy of that when the train left the station somewhere here, and or I can push a button. That'd be pretty funny. I gotta do that. Yeah, well, there we are. Caution, the top of the hour. And it's just, who the hell knows? It's been scheduled 3 different times, but that doesn't mean it won't clobber you, no matter what. Last night, this was scheduled at 7:30 this morning. Today, it's been all day today on investing.com. It's been scheduled at 1 o'clock, 1300. And these boys and girls over here have it at 1500. So, you know, pick one you like and go with it. There you go. Oh, there we go. Now we got it up. Now we got it up. I don't think I showed you that. Maybe I did. I don't know. This is what I was talking about. This was at last night. This was at 7:30 this morning. Now it's at 1 o'clock, 1300. And Financial Juice has it at 1500. So I guess just, you know, take the afternoon off. I don't know. Oh, well. And this shuttlecock crap on the POC, you know, now, just notice, 68.96 is the POC, right? Jumped up from 67.56. Basically, less than 100 points. All they've got to do is jump down here and do it again, and bingo bango. Retail soup. Again, this is just math and probabilities. I would have loved to have had this just drop into the trigger and then get on that long, be risk neutral scale and looking for the top, because I would suppose at some point today or tomorrow, before the Friday, I guess, they're going to go after this all-time high. That's the point, I think. So it would be nice to be on it. I'm not going to chase it. I'm not going to break my rules or not follow my plan. So, you know, that's the problem with that. And I wish these girls knew that they're making me a little sleepy. I'm a little sleepy over here, and, you know, when old guys get sleepy, you never know. Might chip my teeth falling over on the microphone here. Who knows? I think now the market's going to go into a tight consolidation ahead of this news story, is my opinion. And we're right on the POC, so, you know, never mind. I would need it to come down here and take a target, and I'd have to think about it long and hard because I have a range requirement. Now, the range requirement says that I need to, if I have a validated entry, I need to have an unobstructed path to my first risk neutral scale. Well, POC is the biggest obstruction you can get. My T1 is 3 points, so this is 9. I need to get down into the about down here to the high B high-ish area. so that I have minimum 3 points to the POC. And I just don't like doing that much, but you know. If I get the signal, I've got A and I've got B, and I'm looking for the trigger. Now, and I'm sorry, I'm not very creative, but there's A and there's B, and all we need is a trigger. Okay. If I didn't have the A or the B, I wouldn't be standing here worrying about it, or thinking about it, or considering it. That's one of the beautiful parts about only trading vetted trades. Nothing's a surprise. You know, it's not, oh, Jesus, hurry, scurry, and blurry. It's, okay, I'm waiting. I know what an A is going to be. I know what my first criteria or my first rule is, and I'm wait in anticipation of that. Then I look and see what's going to happen. Am I going to get a high? Am I going to get a up, continuation to the top side? Am I going to get a B down here? Depending on how that works out, I'm looking for the trigger. If it happens, Bob's your uncle, and away we go. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. And I don't, have any problem standing here all day for 7 hours plus. I come in about 5:45, so I'm a long time before that. I have no problem not taking a trade in the day, and I don't chase, and I don't follow, and I don't, FOMO, and I don't trade the POC. Diddle in the middle. Just easy. It's just stuff. It's just normal. I'm worried about the POC. That's what I'm looking at this so much for. 7,200 is where we are now. See, we're only 6,700 was where we came from. That's pretty close. Doesn't take much to get us back down there again, as you can tell from this right here. Don't know what to think or say, so I'll just watch for my vetted setup, and there we go. I can promise you one thing: the minute I step away, it'll plop down here to the initial balance high, and then, to the moon, Alice. That's the magic of trading. And I don't just do things like put in a resting order, and go do something else. I'm not that cavalier about it. It would be really nice if I were a competent code warrior enough to make sure I had all of this IRT going and just let the thing trade itself. But even they say be careful. So I figure if the guy that wrote the program is warning me, I better be consider myself warned. The difference is it'll trade hell out of things in the simulated environment, and it'll backtest magically and optimize even. But it's passing the orders through and having them accepted in that back and forth conversation with the broker. That's where you can get balled up in a big hurry. You know, don't get your, just like I said earlier, I was describing that when I tried that, looking with the portfolio over here and looking at the entry with bookmap and the multi-brackets, it was backwards. I went long 2. It said short 2. IRT had short 2 in the portfolio. Yeah, or I didn't understand. And then I hit my T1, which was a buy, sell, of course, and it said short 3. I don't want any part of what I want to have happening. And I'm completely confident it's my side of the monitor here. It's, you know, nothing to do with no problem with IRT or whatever. It's strictly my problem. Operator error. And it's not an error, it's just operator in ability, I guess. I'm sure there's a buttload of people that trade live with IRT and nothing else. I'm pretty sure of that. That would be an interesting data point to know, wouldn't it? How many people trade live with IRT and how many people are successful with it? That's another one. This is just maddening. Why couldn't you just come down here and I went bingo and then up here, and then I'd be so excited when this happened. And then I'd be so excited when that happened. I am getting ready to implant put my trade plan rule in effect and not be trading with the potential huge risk at the top of the hour. So got 10 minutes there, and to be honest with you, I'm not going to see something happen in 10 minutes. I don't think. I'll stand here till 1, and then first we'll see if the deal happens. And this is where FOMO and all that stuff, chasing for FOMO, all those things really, really chew up a lot of retail boys and girls. It's a shame. It's a shame. I'll be in there in a minute, Mom. The boss is calling. That's always important. And yeah, I call her Mom because of her dog. And that's how I grew up, actually. My dad always called my mother Mom. It's just in me. Damn it. They get over the top of this distribution here and start running the tops. They've got that all-time high, and assuming I have no clue what Trump is going to talk about. That's one of the problems, I guess. I don't, and I'll be the first to admit I don't do social media of anybody, so including Trump social. What does he call it? Trump social or something like that. No, Truth Social. Yeah, talk about an oxymoron there, huh? Wow. But I don't follow anybody. So maybe they're talking all about it over there. I don't know. Now, there's no way I'm trading diddling in the middle with the POC. If, in fact, we've got 7 minutes till major potential risk market disruption and miss this trigger right here. Actually, right, where'd it go? Right there. So I will just be stepping away pretty quick here. We'll see. I mean, it would have to do something pretty magical right now in order for me to engage with 7 minutes left. And who knows? Maybe the thing is really 1500. I got no idea. That's the problem. It could be a giant nothing burger. But it could also be a giant disaster. Where's that going? Okay, no problem. Where did it go down here somewhere? They're gonna take it up. Damn it. Isn't that a shame? Damn it, Janet, right there. And anybody, any rearview mirror guy or internet guru-y type of person is going to be able to explain 1,000 ways that they knew all of these were going to happen, and, good. I would like to see I would like to watch someone trade live that actually does that. And then I would be, I would admire them very much. Where I've always come into it is, what's always been the rub for me is that you hear a lot of gurus talking and a lot of people saying stuff, but nobody's doing anything live. This is live, direct, unfiltered, unedited, and in depth with a stream because it's my journal. They're going to look at that at an all-time high, I'm pretty sure. 4 minutes in case. Let's see if there's something chugging around over here. I don't know. Jesus criminy Christ. Well, they've got him at 1,500 still. And they've got 4 minutes over here. So let's see if something happens. I don't know. Beach. Got no clue, Bubba Louie. I can tell you that it's a shame not to be on that trade. That's pretty darn obvious. Look at there, huh? Didn't come back. Had a chance right there. And didn't do it. And now I'm guessing all-time high. Will I chase it? Will I take it? Breakout trade? No, I won't. So, I don't know whether this guy's going to talk or not, to be honest with you. I don't know how to know that. How do you know that? Only way I know is to watch here. And they're saying it's 1500, so that may well be it. How do you do this? I don't know what happens if I click this thing here. Let's check. And they've got it again over here at 7:30. I wish these guys would get their shit together. It's the 27th. Okay, 1300. I don't know. Go ask. I have no clue. I don't know what to think. Well, I'm guessing then that Financial Juice is the one that's on track with the, well, it's still not 1 o'clock, with the 1500 story. I don't know. We got 8512 up here on the POC now. they'd have to do a lot of work to bring it back down, you know. I mean, not that that's certainly not anything they couldn't do. I mean, we've done it here, we did it here, we did it here, you know. So all that's pretty easy, but I need to have this drop down through here about to the IB high because, you know, it's pretty dicey right in here. And again, I'm talking about the range requirement. Not that I have any you know, plans to chase it or anything, but if I get a signal down there, if it comes down into the trigger area, I'll be looking for it to get at least into to the IB high. Be even better down here to the RTH, because that way it could get some room. There's 06, no, 03, yeah, that would be a stop. I'm not indicating or guessing or expecting in any way, shape, or form that that's what's going to happen. But once it drops into this ledge, it could get some horsepower. Momentum. What have we got for? We got 422 up at the 20 handle. We got 7.5. We've got 234 down here. Yeah, I hate this kind of a mess. You see what, I mean, you see what happened here. Is it going to do that again? I know I'm thirsty and I know I need to get out and get going. Oh, I don't know, beats me. Tomorrow's going to be a big one. Well, tomorrow we're going to have 3 Mag 7 earnings reports and the FOMC. So I guess they're not talking until 3, and it's POC, and I'm going to head out for a walk. Keep your powder dry for tomorrow, in my opinion. That's my suggestion. And they may come back down in here and tag an order. I don't know. I have no idea. I know I need some fuel pretty bad, I can tell you that. All right, I'm stepping away. Good luck. Keep your powder dry until tomorrow, is my opinion. If I see it doing something and I feel, I'm sharp and on the ball here, I'll give some thought to interacting. But look at this mess. Just barely 8 to 11. That's not enough meat on the bone. In fact, frankly. Oops. Sorry about that. And so we're waiting for the FOMC minutes, huh? Tomorrow. And whatever shenanigans are going to get up to there. All right, so yeah, well, I'm glad I I don't know what I'm glad I didn't do something stupid. That's pretty for sure. What do we have going on here? Well, nothing. We keep having little VPOC migrations north. We haven't dipped in for our signal yet, which would be down here. And there we are. I don't think anything's going to happen between you and me and the gatepost. So we'll do I'll get into the back testing here in a minute, and then the market wrap at the bottom of the hour. And market on close and balance at 1450. Okay, so let's see where we are. I approach trading here as a business, a business of probabilities and statistics, not video game or gambling. And the idea here is that I only trade a vetted setup, and that means trades which have been back tested and proven to have a statistical edge or expectancy, or I don't know, pick a word. And that's not just my idea. That is the methodology adopted by the most successful traders in the world, Jim Simmons and Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, and Paul Tudor Jones, Mark Douglas, the author, pick one. Anybody that you hear about that is really successful, if you listen to them long enough, or if they've written something, read it, they get around to talking about occurrences and law of large numbers and probabilities. So what do? Well, first you need to recognize that the market is more or less a random environment. So predicting is not very much, doesn't make a lot of sense. We don't have a trigger here, so there's no trade. And that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50, and that's a statistical fact. So the approach is to identify a pattern that repeats itself frequently and which you can define specifically with just a few criteria or rules that can be coded up, and you can backtest it. And by backtesting it, I mean you develop, in this case, it's the initial balance high or low. The initial balance trades, there is a continuation or a failure. We're going to get up here and probably take out this all-time high now, and I'm not going to be part of that party because of missing the entry right there. Disappointing. Anyway, and then you code that up so that the computer will evaluate each one of your rules identically and specifically without any discretion over however period of time you backtest. And you determine from there whether that has a positive edge or not. If it does, in the live market, you take every one of those trades that presents itself, those setups, and rely on the law of large numbers to manifest the expectancy or the edge to your bank account. So that's what I've done here. Now, these are the rules for the initial balance trades that I've worked up myself. This chart has nothing to do with the trade system other than these levels and these custom indicators that I put on here accurately reflect the locations for the rules. And in this case, now because this is trading live, today's trade data is actually signaling the rules, and we didn't get a trigger, so we're not in the trade. Had this gone down 2 more ticks or whatever to the trigger zone, it would be in the trade long, or anywhere it would have done that. And that's it. So after you've determined all of that, after I have determined all those things and written up this, now the important thing to remember is, for me it's important, this is every one of these rules is evaluated by the computer over every 1 minute bar or whatever periodicity you set it at. And there's absolutely no discretion, no nothing. So you set the back test up, and I am going to set it up for 500 days. The symbol or the instrument, 2 contracts, the session, however many days back I want to go, the reports I want. Now imagine how long it would take you to manually scroll back through the charts and identify precisely each one of the criteria that you've determined without any discretion, and capture that data to determine whether you have an edge or not. Here's what happens when you backtest it. with a computer. And there you go. 498 days. 223,289 1-minute bars. Took 8 seconds. $24,000 and change. 1,134 trades. So many long, so many short. $770 winning trades, average 34.87, and 215 losers at average 12.85. Now, this system is as coded here, and it is when T1 is achieved, it is trailing the stop to entry. That's why this is lower than $175 or $100. And there are 37 consecutive winners in a row, and there are 6 consecutive losers. Without any question in the world, you know that has positive edge. It's in front of you. It's data. And here is a breakdown of each and every one of those 1,148 or whatever it was trades over that entire 498 days. To the minute. Entry, what type of exit, what was the running P&L, how did it go? And you can look at every one of them. That's really backtesting. The next thing I do is take it over here. And this is, now I've filtered this out because I, work with this continually, but there's the date, there's the instrument, periodicity, or the periodicity, the stop, the T1, the T2, how many contracts in the package, was there a trail trigger? Yes, at 12 ticks. So at 12 ticks, when we got T1, it trails to 0, or break or entry, and this was just over the last 14 days, in January. Here's the same exact thing over, where am I? Here's the exact same thing, 498 days on the 10th of, the 10th of January. Percent winner, percent loser, winners, losers, average loser, percent, average winner, average loser, scratch trades, percent winner, percent losers, expectancy, R factor, risk reward ratio, profit factor, on and on and on, consecutive days, total, commissions, net. You can do Saltino, Sharpe ratio, whatever you want to do. Now this is filtered because I was looking at this specific trail and determined that and I identified that it's the most profitable and the highest win rate and the most consecutive winners, which is a big deal for me. And so that's why it's filtered like this, but it's over 104. Each one of these lines is a back test. So that's how I do this. I'm now building the second strategy. Nothing left here, and this is absolutely nothing to do because I have end of day rules, which would flatten out anything at 14:30. So there's no trade today, and that's perfectly fine. I didn't have a signal trade. I didn't risk any money. I didn't guess. I didn't gamble. And that's how I'm approaching trading. All right, so I will do the market recap at the bottom of the hour here. And remember that every trading day, the stream starts at 0800 Central Standard Time and goes until 1500, which is the cash close. And then I break it off and start over. And in case you didn't hear it early in the session, if the session prices here are pushed from IRT to Bookmap, and I share these with a lot of different people, with a lot of people around. So if anybody would you would like those, just like and subscribe and drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up. It comes from Google. I'm sorry. Yeah, it comes from Google Drive as a CSV file. And you just put that link in, and then there you have it. Live, continuous from Sunday night 1700 through Friday night at 1600. All right. All right, let's do the wrap up. So, a whole lot of nothing here. Obviously, if you're a rearview mirror guy or have some sort of a, vetted trade that picks this kind of thing out, let us know. Otherwise, it's been pretty much of a chop fest in a pretty small range. And these overnight all-time highs just up above us here, well within the overnight range. I would, not be at all surprised if we don't take these overnight all-time highs out in the next day or two. I suppose the market is waiting for this big whatever speeches are going to happen tomorrow, and also the FOMC decision. As far as IRT is concerned, here we have today, yesterday. Here's our market micro composite. Line profile, P-shaped profile. That's short covering, so they say. Ooh, very light volume. Typically, this is about one. This is typically a million plus right here. Let's see what that looks like. %60 average true volume. Wow. And 1 point average true range on a 1 minute bar right now. Wow. That's pretty amazing. Obviously, these all-time highs up above us, and that's what everybody's watching. What the real story for the pre-market, as far as I'm concerned, is what we're going to do with tomorrow and the balance of the week. Investing.com, it's free. You can filter it however you want for wherever you are, whatever reports you're interested in, and of course, if you want to pay for it, that's perfectly up to you. I try to make sure that I keep it free for, to make it accessible for anybody that might come through the stream. The thing I like about investing.com is it is typically a only scheduled, known economic reports and data points. Very seldom do they pick up something like this, and of course they didn't have the speech after all, so there you go. Tomorrow, big day. We've got supposedly him speaking again at 7:30 now, which was yesterday, and I don't think is going to happen. And we've got the Fed rate decision. Now, I'll show you the difference here with this reporting, and I don't know whether the administration has given out different info to different people, which is, I don't know. I don't know what to think. Typically, investing.com has been around a long time. I like it because you can click on the link of any of these titles, and it tells you all about what those things are in terms of Fed rate decision or reports. We are also in earnings. And tomorrow is Wednesday, and tomorrow is a biggie. Tomorrow we've got Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla. Boom, boom, boom. All after the close. Amongst, not to, belittle AT&T and my IBM and on and on and on. And then Thursday, we've got Apple and Visa and MasterCard, the cat boys. But the key stuff for our news and for tomorrow is going to be everybody's anticipation of these earnings reports and the Fed chair. I seems to have the Fed report and the interest rate seems to have the focus of everybody. Now, financial juice, you can filter also, and you see they had Trump speaking at 1500. Maybe that's going to happen. Earlier it was 9 o'clock, and now they've got it at 1500. I don't know. Tomorrow they have, and they have had all day at 9 o'clock, Trump and Bissett speaking at 9. I don't know. Head of the, I know that the FOMC is going to have their thing tomorrow, and I know that these earnings reports are going to come out tomorrow. That I know of. These speakers and things, who the hell knows? I do appreciate financial juice because they typically do gather this random stuff up, which isn't traditional financial or economic news, you know. But it has definitely got the potential to move the market. So, and then the right side of financial juice over here is the squawk box affair, and this is where we're going to get the market on close imbalance at about at 1450. I'm just looking over here then. Look at this shit. Wow. Yeah, so there we are, and that's pretty much the wrap up. Tomorrow is going to be all about the news. Whether these guys speak at 9 or Trump speaks at 7:30 or what the hell happens, I don't know. But what I do know is that the Fed rate decision is going to be at these times and all important, and so will the earnings reports. That's as much as we can do, I think. And let's just watch it wind itself out. We'll see if we get that 1450 bump down here. Isn't it amazing? And remember that every day, every trading day, 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500, the cash close. Risk neutral trading live stream. No trades taken off the stream. And I trade live and a funded account, real time. There you go. There's that. This is an AMP account. Both Bookmap and IRT are powered by rhythmic data, market by order data, and it's through my AMP futures account. Oh, we got 10 minutes. Okay, never mind. So we'll just kind of let her grind out here, and then yeah, what you gonna do? You gotta. If you have a structured trade, you take it. You lean on the law of large numbers. If you don't have, you don't trade. That's it. It's not a video game. It's not gambling. It's not exciting TV or whatever, streaming, YouTubing. It's real. It's a real business, as opposed to something else, or the way I approach it. So I guess Trump has decided to start talking now, or somehow, some reason, some way, or something. Looks like. Oh, man. Sorry. Mag 7, or here's the imbalance. 1,630,000,000 sell side imbalance on the S&Ps. 861 million sell side, 107 million sell side down, and 364 million sell side. Yeah, I'm pretty crazy. Pretty crazy stuff. So and apparently Trump is now speaking in Iowa. Okay. All right, we approach that witching hour. Have a great night. Be back here at 8 o'clock in the morning. There'll be fireworks tomorrow. You can bet on that. Okay, we got the cash close here at the top of this hour. And I am going to be happy about that. Look forward to tomorrow. Get into the back testing, working on that second strat in a little bit after the markets close at 1600. So we got about a little less than a minute left to go here in the cash market. Now they finally get. So there's, after all this time, we finally got the trigger, and now it's dropping off for the closing swing trade. And that is a wrap. There's 7 hours. That's enough for anybody. Have yourself a great night.